Um, that's due next month, mid next month. We're just gonna update the forest plot a little bit. Um, so other than that, it's mostly done. For the article, for the nature submissions, uh, I started the submission as an article submission, but then like I was having second thoughts, because I didn't start it as a review submission, but then it seems like their review submission, they're only taking in commission reviews. Is that like a thing? Is that like a normal thing that usually happens? So, um, can
So
I
I,
just show my, yeah, sorry.
yeah. So a lot of journals will say that, but you
Yeah.
have to ask, is it okay to submit? I know this is not solicited.
Mm-hmm. So what Minjung did was she submitted it as a article.
Uh-huh.
So that's what I did too. That's
Yeah.
what I started with. But then, oh shoot, I forgot her name. The another person who
Uh-huh.
submitted it as a review article, so I got a little confused. I started it off as article though,
Mm.
instead of review. Because
Because it's meta-analysis, so it
true.
you, but meta-analysis is considered original article.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, because Minjung did that too, and I just thought that was gonna be okay.
That's okay.
Um, okay. And we have a lot of space for our word limit, and because we do have a lot of space, I was wondering if you wouldn't mind going through our panel portion, because we're gonna delete that portion, but I was wondering if you see anything that we might want to save for discussion or introduction, just because we have a lot of word limit, like we have like 2,000 words that we are not using. So
So let me understand. So you have, there's no limit for this one. So
the limit is 5,000, but
uh-huh,
not including methods.
uh-huh.
And we're at 3,000 right now. So we have 2,000 words that we're not using, that we could fill up with something else. But for the Lancet article, the abstract portion was like super long, and then they required a panel portion where you like kind of explain everything,
Hmm.
like an extended introduction or extended abstract.
Hmm.
But they don't want a panel portion for nature. So I was wondering if we wanted to save anything from the panel portion instead of getting rid of everything, or if it's too repetitive and we don't want the panel, anything from the panel, and we just want to get rid of the whole thing. So I was wondering if you could like quickly go through that,
Yeah,
if you didn't mind. Yeah.
yeah, definitely show me.
So everything in yellow is something that we're gonna do with, we're gonna get rid of unless we want to save anything.
Oh, I see, because they don't require,
Yeah, they don't want this portion, so.
but this is, yeah, like you said, repetitive.
Mhm.
Right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So yeah, for yeah, for nature, I don't think you need.
Mhm. Okay, okay. Okay, so I'll just get rid of all this.
Yeah.
It does feel a little repetitive because we do talk about it again in like the discussion section, like shorter, but yeah.
Right. But for discussion, for Lancet, didn't we take out some sentences because of the Lancet's word limit, or no?
Uh, I want to say yes, but it's been so long.
Yeah. I think
I
my
want to say yes.
original one was a lot longer, and we talked more about the ethics and
Yeah, I think
all,
so. I think so.
all that. So I think with nature, you can put some
Mm-hmm.
of it because it's trying to be ethically neutral and
Mm-hmm.
I think I imagine that some reviewers are going to touch on those topics.
Okay,
What about these issues? Are you gonna discuss it?
yeah, I feel
Go-
like they
go-
might.
Yeah, so just go back to the original discussion and if there are
Okay,
some, I mean, I'm sure those were initially reviewed by me. So if they
yeah.
were just taken out because they're not like the core analysis that we've done related, but it's
Mm-hmm,
kind of relevant to all this AI discussion,
mm-hmm.
um, the MCED discussion, then bring some of them back because now we have.
Okay, okay. Yeah, so we had to like resort everything, so we're like finishing touching everything up because like apparently they don't want methods at all, so like so we're redoing the references, so that's taking a little bit,
Mhm,
and we're retouching the forest plots, and I have started the submission process,
mhm.
but it's still ongoing. I have to finish it ASAP though, because they're gonna delete everything apparently in 2 weeks.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Um, yeah. So we're gonna like finish it up ASAP. Um, other than that, wait, I had something to say. Oh, do you remember our article was on preprint
Yeah.
with SSRN, so with the Lancet people. Um, they emailed me and said we were in the top 10. I was like, what? So apparently we're the 8th. It's most downloaded.
Wow.
So that was interesting. I think because you all went to AACR, and
Yeah,
I heard that it was very popular at AACR,
it
and like
was.
everyone's like downloading it now.
Yeah.
So yeah, apparently
Exactly.
we're in the top 10 right now.
Yeah, ACR was crazy. It was like everyone was so shocked that MCED was such a big topic. And the actually it was funny, Ungi Park is my friend. We were roommates
Uh-huh.
together. We talked so much about MCED, and Ungi's mentor works in pancreatic cancer, and she was the presenter of the MCED at the plenary session.
Oh
She
wow.
was the main PI of the Pathfinder and then all the Grail studies. She was the PI.
Yes.
So she talked about, everything. I strongly recommend all of you to watch that plenary session. It's so good. Um, yeah, so everyone, like even like Ungi never knew, like, well, this is really commercial. This is really happening. Like, then how good is
Oh,
it? Everyone's so interested in the topic. I think that's why they Googled and find your,
yeah. It's like
yeah.
we were in
Uh,
the top 10 and I was so confused. We were in the top 10 for like a couple of weeks now, apparently.
wow.
Because I got multiple emails saying we're in the top 10. And so it was
That's so funny.
interesting.
That's so good.
Uh
Yeah,
yeah,
it's a highly, I mean, no one has done it yet, but we're just having trouble with the reviewers.
yeah.
Because like I said,
It
I think
is
it's
working.
all COI related. Um,
Yes, I
so
agree. I
just
heard the Grail people were angry.
why?
Because their essay was not like first for was not on like the first rank for sensitivity wise.
Well, it is what it is. It's the fact. So,
So that was kind of funny. So our plan right now is to finish some missions up ASAP because otherwise I'll have to restart this. um and then I emailed the editors, but they didn't get back to me. So I'm just guessing they're not entertaining inquiries like how they said in their website.
hmm,
So I'm just gonna move forth without talking to them.
okay.
Um, yeah. And if this doesn't work out, maybe we could look at +1. Or like for Minjong's, they recommended a different journal. So if they recommend us the different journal, we could do that too.
Hmm, hmm.
Yeah, like a subset of Nature.
Okay,
Yeah. So we'll see how that goes from how it turns out. But yes. Yeah, and we're not gonna use the panel thing. We should be able to submit soon.
okay, let's do it.
Okay, sounds good. That's all for me.
Okay.
Oh,
And
do
for
you
the-
want to see the ASCO again? But it's the same thing as I um sent you over Messenger. And
yeah,
we could do line by line when it comes around, I guess. It's due
are
May
you talking
15th.
about the poster?
Yes.
Yeah,
Nothing much changed from our manuscript. So I don't know if we need to do word by word, but we could if you want to.
yeah. Make sure you share it among all the co-authors, so they have the copy.
Yeah,
Yep,
it's in
yep,
the
review
same
it.
folder. Yeah.
Yeah, and have them review it as well for any mistake.
Okay, sounds good.
AACR, we had a major mistake
Really?
on the poster, so I don't want this to
What?
happen again. Yeah,
Okay.
so
Oh wow. Okay.
yeah. So so any manuscript or any poster, it's you're going out public. You're going full.
Yes.
You're going naked, okay? So you cannot. There's no room for mistake. Look for any typo. Look for all the table titles, figure titles. Uh, I think it's super important that you do that.
Okay.
It just shows your lack of professionalism.
Okay. Yeah.
Um,
Sorry about that.
so, no, this is for everyone. So I wanted to emphasize, same thing with manuscript. Follow
Mhm.
the guideline. Lancet guideline, nature guidelines are very different.
They're all different. Yeah.
So different. Pay attention to detail,
Mhm.
because if you don't, they'll send it right back. They'll
Mhm.
send it right back, believe me. And that's going to just make this process a lot tedious and, you know,
Mhm.
oh, your figure was not according to this resolution or not formatted right.
Mhm.
They'll send it right back. And I've had it multiple
Mhm.
times. So, go through all the instructions, make sure they're done appropriately. Um, there's poster guidelines too. Stick to it. And some posters didn't have email. So the general
Oh
rule,
yeah.
make
I
sure
have.
you have contact
Yeah.
email. So
Yes.
sometimes that's how the collaboration happens. They will email.
Mhm.
So there should be, for anything that I'm corresponding, make sure my email is there
Yeah.
and the
Yes.
first author's email is there. Put two emails there so that we can represent ourselves well. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right, great. Let's do it. Okay, Eugene, you're in Korea. So you want to go next?
Sure. Um, can I go with the HPD hyperprogression manuscript first, if you
Okay.
don't mind? Yeah, so Arnie and Dr. Jian, and Liam, we're all work on this manuscript, and I will share the link for the Google document so that you can share your screen. Here is the link in the chat box.
Okay, do you see it?
Yes, we can see it.
Everyone see it? It's the screen?
Yes.
redefining clinical hyperprogression, the incident, clinical implication, risk factors of hyperprogression in non-small cell lung cancer. So, did you start from the like change everything, or do you want me to look at the part you changed?
Um, we revised it like over again.
Yep.
So there will, I mean, the major results definitely wouldn't change much, but then
The writing style and everything, I think we kind of revise it quite a lot for the past
yeah,
weeks.
so if you can just go through and focus on discussion part, that would be great.
So how do I make, oh, here. This is better. So I'll start from the abstract. Better reflect clinical treatment response. I'm not sure what it means, reflect response.
I think we use this term to show them why we start thinking about adding new target lesion into the definition. So it's all about making it more clinically useful. And in terms of HPD, it's important to predict the results from the hyperprogression. And so can you suggest any better like phrase, or if you don't like that sentence, we can definitely modify it.
So first of all, there's no such thing as clinical treatment response. There's either treatment response or clinical outcome. This word, I think you
Sure,
can do away
understood.
with clinical. And reflect with response, to me doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Better, better.
Portray, assess, present.
Hmm.
Yeah, as Chui said, how
I
about
would say
using
to assess HPD.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you well.
Excuse me, can you repeat?
To better assess HPD. Am I muted? You guys hear me?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Why don't you just change it now?
Okay, I'm commenting.
HPD sounds redundant though.
Yeah. You could say to better assess HPD, we utilized. So I don't know if it should be in background, but
Wouldn't that be in methods?
yeah. So
Agree. We can-
background is not, this study investigated. Background is not explaining what we did. Background is explaining the knowledge gap. Like we don't understand what the risk factor is. We don't know what the right way to assess, best way to assess HPD is. There's so many different definitions, and we don't really know what the best definition is. So you have to explain the knowledge gap in the background. Where we are is background, not what we're gonna do. But it looks like the majority
that
of
makes
the
sense.
background is explaining what you are going to do. Do you understand?
Yeah, very well understood. Okay, well,
So move some of them to methods. Measuring the diameter of target lesions. I mean, you don't have to, abstract, you don't have to be like this much detail. Like you don't have to say diameter.
okay, we can deal with that.
Previous definitions. I would say original is better. Previous means something different. So you have original definition and modified. That reads better.
We'll stick with the terms, yeah.
So I think this has gotten much better, more succinct and to the point here. But here's the thing. So this is writing 101. When you're not sure what to write, always go to the title. It says incidence, clinical implication, and here's risk factor in the title. And in the result, I don't see anything about risk factors here. Okay, so whether you found good risk factor or not, you never found one, you have to write it because it's in the title. Or you either take it out from the title or you write something about risk factor. Okay, the
Sure.
basic is missing. So I feel like the first two sentences is repeating what you already wrote in the result. Just in other words, in writing it exactly the same way.
Mm,
Conclusion is interpretation, like what is the main message here, not repeating what you said in the result.
I see. Yep.
So this to me looks like result in conclusion section.
Understood. So there's a real conclusion at the bottom of the manuscript. I think that looks better to me, and so if you think that's okay, we will kind of make a change based on that conclusion, the conclusion of the whole manuscript. There's a conclusion of the whole manuscript in the bottom of the manuscript. So
I pasted it on top in italics for you to see.
thank you.
In detecting more patients with HPD and consistently detect results in consistently inferior survival outcomes. Definition. Results in consistently inferior. I don't know how it reads consistently inferior survival outcome. I don't think consistently is the right fit. I like the other one, the similarly inferior.
Sure. Yeah.
So yes, this is better than this conclusion.
Thank you, Dr. J.
And a lot of like all these are results.
Agree. Yeah.
The further studies, I mean, these are all I don't know, further studies. You can use that in the actual main manuscript conclusion if you
Mhm.
don't have much space, because this is a lot for just the conclusion, but this is okay. This is better than the current version.
Yeah, we will make change.
So did you change introduction? Or should I skip it?
Intro. I think we not change a lot in the introductions, just like just
Right.
writing or based on your comment last week, but I think the result
can-
part is the one that have like a lot of change. And after that, you can go to discussions also.
So another writing class 101, always try to use the fewest word if possible to get a better understanding of, to better understand. Okay. So try to cut down your words. What about methods? Did you change anything?
Uh, some, um, some are added in the clinical pathologic variables. Like elaborating more on classification of some variables like histology and PDL1, platelet counts, or NLC, NLR, yeah. Those are.
What about results?
Uh, I think you should read for the result part.
Okay. So you said clinical progression was found. Did you define clinical progression in the method?
Oh, I think we didn't. Not sure how to do that, but we will.
So when we say PFS,
Mhm.
how was it defined? Clinical progression or resist progression?
Um,
You don't know?
yeah, I remember I saw the definition, but I don't think I saw like resist or radiologic kind of word in the definition. Remember I saw progression or death, but I don't remember either I see like clinical as well. So I think I have to double check, right?
So let me
Oh.
get to the ethics 101. Whoever is the first author needs to know the data, start to finish. You cannot claim you're first author not knowing what happened to the data. Okay?
Oh, were you asking about like how we define clinical progression in this data? I thought
I
you
was
were.
asking, you said there's PFS, right? PFS.
Yes, yes.
How was PFS defined?
In this study or in general?
Well, I'm talking about this study. Why would
Okay.
I be talking about other study? Hey, first authors, who are the first authors?
Me and Arnie, and we decided we defined PFS based on clinical progression.
So did you say that
Progression.
in the method?
Okay, I will. I didn't say it as of now. Or-
So that's any clinical research paper 101. How did we define each outcome? PFS is based on clinical progression or RECIST-based radiological progression. You have to say that, otherwise people don't know.
Okay,
And if you don't say that and then in the result, it just comes out first as clinical progression was found. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Then the
Understood.
readers are confused. Oh, this wasn't RECIST? And let's go back to method and how they look how they define PFS. And if nothing's there, then your credibility goes down. Do you understand?
Yes, I understood.
So here you have response rate. PD at their best response to. What does that mean? PD
Yeah,
at
it-
their best response to immunotherapy.
First of all, it's about RECIST evaluation and PD at their best. I remember I saw some similar expression like this in other article describing the RECIST risk assessment of patients, but I guess it doesn't have that much significant meaning than just saying PD progression alone. So
So if you don't exactly know what it means, do not copy.
okay.
I don't know what you mean by PD at their best response to immunotherapy. So if you're not sure, do not write it. Okay.
Okay.
It looks like you don't have answer to my question, other than you saw this expression before. So PD, objective response, these are all measured by RECIST. Okay.
Right.
So did you say that in the method? And where's the? So again, did you only do RECIST for the first 2 and 3 scans?
Yes, we only collected RECIST evaluation for the first post-treatment CT scan.
So pre-baseline, baseline, and
Post-
then
Post
on treatment, and then you have additional CT to rule out pseudo progression. So 4 time points.
Yes, but we collected the fourth CT scan only for the 10 patients who were
have
needed
had-
to
Yeah.
distinguish it from pseudo progression.
So I want to make sure you say the PF is not RECIST based.
Okay, understood. Yeah.
For the ones you have RECIST, you'll use RECIST. But you weren't doing RECIST for all the scans. So you have to say that the progressions were both. When RECIST data was available, then it was RECIST progression. But the clinical progression was also taken into consideration when RECIST data was not available. Okay.
Sure.
Once you define that in the result, you don't have to say what PFS is. Okay.
Yes. Understood. Yeah.
Okay, figure 1 and supplemental figure 2. Supplemental table 1. Here's figure 1. So Champion and Sadabuzi. So modified. We're modified Champion. And modified F is, what is it?
Ferrara,
Eugene, I think your mic is not working.
oh, I said Ferrara for F.
What is F?
Ferrera,
Ferrara.
Ferrera.
Okay,
The third definition we used, using TGR kind of ratio. It's in the last.
the supplemental.
Supplementary figure starts with the patient selection flowchart. The one above, this is figure 2.
Okay, so this is cases and the other one was patient.
Correct.
Okay. Why did you highlight this?
I think Liam highlighted while he was reviewing this. And Liam, do you have any?
Yeah, I just had a comment on that particular sentence. So, then can you, it was a little confusing to me. It says in our comparison among 3 groups, the non-PD group, HPD group, and PD, but not HPD group.
I know, yeah.
I wasn't sure what this but not HPD group was trying to say.
So it was like progressive disease, but we cannot put them in the hyperprogressions. So it's like non-PD, progressive disease, but not HPD and HPD.
Right.
The
But then it's 4 groups, isn't it? Because you have non-PD, HPD, PD, or is this the group you're talking about?
yeah,
That's
it's
one group.
Oh, so this is the group.
So just call it PD without HPD.
okay.
Or non-HPD PD, but it just sounds so, yeah, I think PD without HPD as a one group, and you can put like quotation mark or something so that people know it's one group.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Liam.
So figure 3 and 2. So HPD
Yeah.
is
3 groups.
red. This is PFS, OS. So the difference is this is original definition. This has modified.
Sure, yeah, correct. Modified group as a separate group.
So the last one, non-HPD, MHPD, PD. So you took out both from
Yes.
PD.
Yes,
I guess the modified is the larger. The modified always encompasses the original, correct?
correct.
So when you say non-HPD, MHPD, you can still say non-MHPD, PD, correct?
Correct.
That's, yeah, that would work.
Yeah, that will make it less confusing.
Mm,
We'll revise it then.
sure. And just quick question, do you want us to be more elaborate on the terms in the legend or something? Or is it okay just to leave it?
Everywhere.
Okay.
So this sentence, and you have risk factor here.
Mm,
Why is this sentence not in the following paragraph?
so basically the risk factors in 2 different areas are totally different. I think in the last sentence we were trying to find whether there are some risk factors among HPD patients for worse outcomes. For example, worse that higher death or progression rate among HPD patients. And we want to find whether some factors can predict that, but then that was not possible because of the so small sample size. And for the risk factors below, it is indicating the risk factors for HPD. among the whole patients. So does that make sense? And we can modify it if it's not good enough to reflect that differences.
No, I think it says it, but. So. Prognostic significance of HPD. So here's the oxymoron. By definition, hyperprogression is saying you already had progression. Okay,
Okay.
when you say this patient is hyperprogressor,
Mm-hmm.
it's almost like rejection and post-transplant cancer incidence. It's not, you're not talking about baseline characteristics. You're talking about something that happens after treatment.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
same thing with transplant. You're not talking about baseline, you're talking about what happened after transplant. So you cannot use HPD and talk about it can predict PFS. You understand?
Mm,
HPD itself includes progression. So you have to take out PFS. When you say prognostic implication, it has to solely mean survival outcome. Overall survival, life or death. You cannot include PFS.
okay. But overall survivor we can include, right?
That's what I just said. Solely include overall survival.
Okay.
I think I made that point clear to you, but it maybe did not get across.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
So all the table, graph, everything has to be restructured. Okay.
Okay.
And HPD is such a small group. Looking for among HPD who's gonna do worst is not a question one would usually ask. HPD itself is such a small portion, and that itself is such a worse prognostic factor
Mm-hmm.
that looking for risk factors among them usually is not an issue. So I would not even talk about it. Okay.
Understood.
So here, 14 genes were observed. And it has no context. It says the study explored these changes between with or without. And after reading this sentence, I'm not sure where these mutations are from.
Right,
With or
right,
without,
right.
there's no description.
Our
So this,
mistake,
I
yeah.
would say, is a critical major flaw. If the reader reads it, have no clue where this is coming from, that's a major error. Okay? So explain to me what you were initially intending to describe.
So 14 gene mutations, we want to describe basically those are found among HPD patients, and we were trying to descriptive for that findings, and then I will double check and I'll make the context and show it to you again after making revision.
So this is, I would say this is a scientific neglect. The same thing happened next. Although the sample size was small, we don't know how many patients you get this when you were doing it, how many patients had NGS done, and how many were in two groups. Where is this p-value coming from, and what test was used to get this p-value? These are very basic things, and I like reading this, I have no clue what was done. Was this comparison statistics described in the method section?
I thought I did, because what I did was basically compare the frequency of mutation between two groups, and those are expressed in the table, supplementary table 3. And I thought it would be good enough to just grossly describe what I did in the statistical part as, so I
So I
So it's
don't see that in the statistical analysis.
the clinical covariates, and I didn't specify genomic variables here, but I thought it could be read as categorical variables.
No, what I'm saying is comparing genomic variables, what method you used.
Chi-square test.
So I don't
Because-
see that here.
I will make it more prominent. I just said the clinical covariates and categorical variables were used using Fisher's exact test or chi-square test. I didn't specify I used chi-square test for genomic mutation, but I will make it more clearly explained here.
So my point is when you read result, it's very difficult to understand what you actually did and how many
Okay.
samples were compared, what test you used for this methods.
Okay.
So here's the thing, when you say look at supplemental table,
Mm-hmm.
do not expect all people to go there and find all the information. Whatever you wrote there has to be making sense on its own. Table has to make sense on its own. Figure has to make sense on its own. The text, even without referring to the table or figure, has to make sense on its own. You cannot just say they were compared and we don't know from where and how many patients were compared and what tests were used. That's basic information.
I see, yeah.
So I'll go to supplemental table 3. Where is supplemental table 3?
That one.
This one?
Yes. Yeah, those are 14 gene mutation. And I was wrong. Those were found among HPD and non-HPD group as well. So the criteria for selection in this list is the mutation found among both groups. I remember there were some other mutations only found among non-HPD group, but I didn't do anything with that.
Why did you not do anything with that?
I mean, I don't know like what I can do with that because I was too focused on comparing the HPD and non-HPD groups. So could you suggest something I can do with that? Maybe I can make a list and be descriptive of other mutations that were only found among non-HPD group.
So now I see the pattern here. So research is a collaborative effort. The first author take the whole responsibility to take it forward, okay? And one person does not have to bear a decision making. When I say let's look at the mutational profile and compare, I'm not going to tell you exactly what to do. I'll rely on you to look at other statistical methods to find two groups and what is the best way to describe their genomic differences, okay? And
Mhm.
Eugene chose to do this, which I think is not the right way, okay? So whoever does the project and whoever is co-author of this project should discuss as a team what is the best way to do this analysis. And you guys can come up with a communal effort and have come up with a method that will, and if you don't know, look at other articles. That's how you study. Like, let's see how others have done it, okay? And really think together. I cannot afford to find this at the final step and say, well, I thought this was the best way I knew. It was just one person thought and never been discussed as a group. And probably you'll have reasons, oh, I was running out of time, like I didn't have time to discuss. It's always a time constraint. But you have to be logistically sound in every step, methodology, resource. I want to see professionalism. So I think it's no-brainer. If one mutation was only found in one group and not found in the other, there's a chance that that mutation could be more important. I'm not saying it is the cause. And I know some groups have reported that way. What was the unique mutation found in group A, but not found in group B? So you have to report that. Okay, and that can be listed in the form of 0% on this group and 4% in this group.
Okay.
If you collect the genes that were found in both and just compare the incidences, then where does the 0% incidence go? If you choose not to report it, I think the negligence of not reporting what could be scientifically potentially important. And
Understood.
it might be Eugene's decision to do that, but the whole team, all the co-authors not knowing what actually happened, it's a disaster, okay? So it takes time to discuss as a group. If you don't know what the right way to do the analysis, that's why you have me as a mentor. Every step, if you don't know what the best way to do the analysis, You cannot rely on your own wisdom. See, all like interns, residents who screw up are people who do not ask. They're seniors, they're attendings. All the bad mistakes in the hospital happen if they choose, well, I'm on a time pressure. I have to do it. Maybe this is the way I need to do, and never ever think about asking. And at
Okay.
least I think it's your responsibility to at least talk to the other first co-author, okay? I don't know what the Arnie's opinion about this. So what I don't like, so let's say someone may have a skill set to run program like Python or R, and the other one is good clinically and writes a good clinical references. So you can all be first author, but at least about the analysis, you know, you have to be knowledgeable enough to know, what's the most methodologically sound way to do it. And if you don't know, ask your mentor. So again, looking at this, now we go back to the data, and I'm trying to teach all of you, because so that you as a team do not make same mistakes. And I think it's the repeating pattern over and over as in depth I look at it. Some of the methods that were used to analyze data, it seems like it has never been discussed. It was just one person doing the analysis and never really brainstormed as a group. Okay, you should not take this as your personal project. Nothing is personal. These data, how it was collected and all that, it's a communal effort, and everyone deserves to know how it was analyzed. If you don't communicate and you just work with time pressure, and like that's your excuse not sharing, it's not the right way, and it's going to fail every time if you do not change your work ethics. So again, let's go back. So it's not just for Eugene, this is for everyone who is responsible for their data analysis. So these genes are genes found in both hyperprogression and non-hyperprogression. And these I guess by different definition, there are genes that show difference in incidence, and you do feel like what is more, well, I guess this is 1 and 0. So non-progression, there's 0, right? There's some zeros here,
Right.
some zeros here. So by looking at this, I'm not sure how you selected 14. There's 0 here, 0 here. It's kind of random. So can you explain to me how you came up with 14 genes and the 5 genes?
Okay, so let me quickly go back to the statistical analysis that I used. And I guess just give me a sec, or I can update you after.
When you move on, you want to get back to me later? Okay.
Yes.
For the sake of time, we'll move on. Okay, prognostic factor for survival among HPD. Among 32 patients, new lesions, 9 patients. So prognostic factor for survival is redundant. I would say just predicting survival among HPD.
Sure.
So here, 3 were new, overall survival was different. And then this is PD. But among HPD, so this is talking about among P, not among HPD, correct?
Yes,
And
it's among HPD.
This is HPD.
Yeah. The
So 32 had PD, not HPD. And among them, you separate them with 3 or new lesion or not. Do you understand? This is among PD, not HPD.
Yes, Dr. J.
And then you talk about among HPD. We couldn't find anything. And then among MHPD, this is a little confusing. You say that. With regard to this progression. Patient with fewer than 3 new target lesions had statistically higher risk than those without. Okay, figure 4, 5, 6. Okay. Four. Five. Wait, figure. This is supplemental. This one, figure 4. Number of new lesions. And then comparison of overall survival according to the number of new lesions. New lesion. 1, 2, and 3. Plus. And you have PFSOS in patient with or without hyperprogressive disease receiving immunotherapy. Hyperprogressive disease with new lesion or not having much impact here. Okay, here A and C here and B and D is modified. Without HPD, who were diagnosed with modified okay, is this the right representation of B and D?
Can you repeat, Dr. Che?
So B and D to me has 3 graphs, non-HPD,
Mm-hmm. PD.
and then you have HPD S less than 3 and over 3. The left side is C, HPD C. So isn't it PFS and OS in patients without HPD and with HPD, where there's 3 less than 3 or equal or more than 3? There's 3 graphs. But when I look at the title, it's only without, and they were, you said without, and then they were diagnosed with modified HPD.
Yeah, so it's basically for the person who doesn't have HPD at first, but it become have HPD when we use the modified one.
So non-HP, so it's modified, but in the graph, there's no M.
I understood.
Do you see what I'm talking about?
Yes, yeah. We'll check that. Basically,
So again, this, if, so not HPD by original definition, but only the ones that are MHPD, but not original HPD.
I'm sorry, I think this figure was added lately. And the figure legend I kind of missed to edit. So it's about patients who are HPD by original definition, nothing related to modified definition. So with original HPD, we classified them into based on the number of target lesion on post treatment CT.
You're making me more confused. I don't understand. Can you, Arnie,
it-
can you explain?
Oh, wait a second. So basically, I think this one is talking about, yeah, I think I understand what you mean, that the M is gone, right? In the picture.
So you don't know what it is.
Sorry, I didn't make it clear to everyone, but this, just click, just to understand this figure, please ignore the figure legend, and it's the same, what I did is the same thing that I did with the figure 6. So figure 6 was originally figure 5, and then you gave us comment that it would be better to have the to analyze just HPD patients in regards of number of target lesions, as I did with the modified HPD group with a criteria of 3. So that's what I added recently.
See, we wrote this together and I gave you all the directions, and if I have hard time understanding what it is, and your figure legends are all wrong, as far as the figure 5 is goes, do you agree that the figure 5 legend is wrong?
Yes.
So
Uh,
did
I'm
it
sorry.
happen because you simply copy pasted it? Or what?
I think it's also because like last time we in this past 2 week we kind of changed the manuscript document like 3 or 4 times, and I think when we paste it there must be like some of the mistake, I think, because we keep changing the document file and we move it.
So I want to ask you again, are you reading the titles? So Eugene, why don't you share the mistake that happened in AACR?
okay, so for the poster that I made, the title of the table was wrong. It was not related to the table itself. And that was the huge mistake that I made for the poster presented in AACR. And this basically the same thing that's that happened in this figure 5 title. And yeah, I'm sorry about the mistake.
Can you be more specific?
Okay, so I think the cause of this wrong title came from my copy paste. Also, yeah, I thought basically it was the title of the figure 6 as of now, and I put the figure 5 in the place of figure 6, and then
I'm
I
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
and then-
sorry. It's basically also not only Eugene's fault. It's also because before we kind of want to show you the previous manuscript, and we have another new revisions, and it just copy paste for the picture, and I don't also not recheck the picture again. So I don't think like it's also Eugene's fault. It's basically both of us kind of slip this mistake, and we are sorry about that. We will try to make it better.
So the reason I bring it up is the danger of copy paste. Okay,
okay.
and I'm disappointed that the same mistake happened. So I said for figure and table, let's read it one more time to make sure it's accurate one. Right?
Right.
And I see the same mistake here. And this is the final version. I said I won't read anything that's final, publication quality. I will not accept any scientifically wrong. I mean, I can accept, if it's better English grammar, if it's something that can be written better, but I cannot accept any obvious errors. Okay, So so please understand, please read it one more time. Okay, just read it one more time. Don't copy paste in, oh, I've done it. Like, just read it one more time and you'll be able to find the error. So I'm asking for your professionalism, okay?
I'm sorry. We are sorry, Dr. Che.
And I think I've said it too many times now.
I know.
And when I said to Eugene, make it more specific, because I think we all need to learn from our mistakes. Eugene's poster was about transfusion, and Eugene's table said risk of hyperprogression. Okay. So that is obvious, probably a copy paste error. I don't think she was trying to write about hyperprogression when she had a transfusion and cancer risk poster. So this is what kind of error you can make when you are not reading it one more time, okay? And I think a lot of times, you know, if it's your homework, you have to get it done. Like, it's taking too much of my time, it's done. These people never read it again because they just want to get it done with. The people who read it over and over, this is me, this is my representation, this is my own work. I want this to be error proof. They read it and read it again. Same thing, if you go to clinical side, this is my patient, I don't want any errors. They read the lab again and again, read the CT scan reports, they don't want to miss anything. If they think, I want to just do what senior told me, interns put the orders in, I want to be done, I want to go home early. These people are ones who make mistakes all the time. So if you care about your patient, to me, it's not about, to me, it's about, do you care about your project or not? That's the bottom line. Do you care about your paper? Is it yours? Is it your reflection? Then you would read it at least one more time. And that one more time will prevent any obvious errors like this. And every time I read hyperprogression paper, I find a critical error. Okay. So I'm trying to convey the critical message as much as I can. But I hope you really learn from this and
I will. Thank you,
never make same mistakes. Okay.
sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Che.
No problem. So we're going to the legend, HPD, SHPD. This is the figure 5 is the original version, and
Right.
figure 6 is the modified version. So what journal are we aiming for?
JITC for the first.
Yeah, GITC for the first one.
Okay, how many figures do they accept?
Maximum is 5, if I'm not mistaken.
And why do you have 6? Did you not read the journal's instruction?
I was reading and I noticed I was firstly accommodating to the word limit, but I was about to check figure next, but
So figure 5 and figure 6 are conveying the same concept, just one is modified, one is not. So I would make that into a big panel, figure 5, and make it into A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Dr. Che, I just checked it one more time. It's up to 7. The total combined will be 7. So I think it will be still fine.
7 figures, then leave it.
Thank you so much.
If in the future journal, if there is any change in number of figures, you can combine it into one figure. Go for it. Yeah,
Sure.
just remember that, because I don't know if it will get in the first round. So 6 is conveying a message in the modified definition. And this expression, who were diagnosed with, I would say without HPD, but with who were diagnosed with, is redundant. It goes for everything up there and you know, all the everywhere. Okay.
Sure.
So if you read this, it's a little confusing, the whole thing, because you did try to describe what you saw, but people want to know what do you need to walk away with. So when you do modify, still 3 or 4, 3 or more, the rule is there. But I guess so again, look at this sentence. This is among all the patients, right? Not MHPD.
So here it says
So
says
so it's not among, it's the patients with MHPD who has, well, I guess. So among means it has comparators inside.
okay.
You understand?
Yes, I do. Yeah. In that case, I think I have to change it. Yeah.
So among, you have the group, you want 2 groups inside. So it gives us a so
False
this is
impression.
what I mean by accuracy. You know English expression already, but the way you write it is not accurate. You're not comparing within MHPD, because you're obviously comparing to those without.
Right, correct.
So double read all your manuscript, make sure there is no expression like this.
Okay,
So when you are lost, what do I always say? Go back to your title. You're not just talking about among HPD here. You're talking about so many things in these few paragraphs. So I said this is a wrong title.
okay.
So your title has to be the overarching. It doesn't overarch everything you wrote.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Right.
And
Yeah.
prognostic factors, you're not talking about all the prognostic factors. You're only focusing on new lesions.
Yeah,
Okay,
the number of
talking about new lesions in terms of all PDs, all HPD compared to non-HPD, you're just putting different angles. So to me, reading this, the title should be the prognostic implication of new lesions. That's what I would say.
Yeah, that sounds better.
and then you assess it in terms of PD, HPD, modified, all that. 'Cause you're
Right.
so this is, again, writing class 101. When you write paragraph, go back to title. Is this the best representation of what I wrote? You read the title among HPD and then you talk about HPD only, and then people are like confused and they get confused. Am I reading it right way? Is this a title? So writing it clean is very important. Okay.
Okay.
Now we're discussion. I feel like I need rest. So let's take 10-minute break and come back. But I do want other people to have chance to present too.
Like I say, if you don't mind, if you think then you want other people, then it's also okay that the discussion, maybe we can ask Jion to show it in the traditional way using the highlight again, like
So
before.
after break, let's do other people's first. And then before 12 o'clock, if we still have time, I'll come back to discussion, okay?
Sure.
Let's do that. I just don't want to take up too much time on this. I
Thank
know
you so
you
much.
guys worked hard. I've seen some progress, but I'm also disappointed at major scientific errors I still see. Okay? And
Yes.
these things are preventable, totally preventable if you read it one more time. And the fact that you guys didn't read it one more time, you know, is something where you can make clear improvement. Okay?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
So let's take a break and we'll start in 10 minutes. Hey, I'm back. Okay, let's do Dr. Jian's project first.
It's okay. Um, I have 4 projects. So first, 2 original article. Now they are in under review in journal titled Transplantation. So this is a 3rd journal that was submitted, and we're waiting the result. And regarding review article, reviews completed, but not yet I get back the result. So I wrote the email to editor, when can I get it? So I'll let you know soon. So this is submitted to transplantation reviews because this was the review article and this was not good enough to transplantation. So I just skipped the transplantation and went to the transplantation reviews.
Okay,
And for the project is a radio mix. Now we already asked to Edwin and I found that he was working on, and I guess within this week we can get the image files. And when we get it, we will start the segmentation as soon as possible. And we will send it to image trier to get some resist evaluation. But fortunately, Myung-woo and Maria helped me, so we already completed the manual resist evaluation. So we can definitely compare the result between manual versus using image trier result. And today I want to ask which clinical factors could be the main focus in assessing radiomics. So this is our clinical data. We already collected everything. The mean total patients number is 188 and mean age was 66.1. Should I divide the age cutoff with a 50 or 60, which could be better?
oh, okay. I think you can just do,
Sorry,
Yeah.
can you say again?
yeah, I think you can just do median. You don't have to
Uh-huh, okay,
cut off for that, yeah.
all right, okay. And I don't think the sex could be a main focus in this study, but the smoking history would be important.
Yeah.
And
Yes, sir.
how about ECOG status? Is it important?
Yes, because well, do we have endpoint as survival, right? We have,
Yes,
yeah, so it's
and
important.
progression. Okay. And most cancer was adenocarcinoma, but there were squamous and adenocarcinoma and fully differentiated carcinoma. So this should be obviously important. And regarding PD-L1, it should be right.
Yeah, for ECOG, it's usually 0 to 1, and you could do, yeah, and then, yeah,
2 to 4.
2 to 4, yeah.
Okay. And this is an NLR. And I heard that Jisung already saw this factor in previous abstract, so we'll include it again. And platelet count. And regarding stage, we only include the palliative treatment, but I found that there was 4 cases of stage 1 and 2. So I will look it again to check why this was so stage 1 or 2.
So
And
maybe wasn't that the same as they were initially diagnosed as stage 1 and 2 and later recurred? Maybe
Yes.
because they would not have received immunotherapy if it was truly 1 or 2. So yeah,
But in here, the stage should be evaluated when the immunotherapy started.
right.
Yeah, so we have to check it again.
Yeah.
And it's important as well in here, immunotherapy regimen, iron only or containing chemotherapy. I saw it was in hyperprogression, so I just
Mm.
copied but I'm not sure it is imported in this project.
It's going to affect survival. So yes, can
All right. This is clinical progression.
but that's outcome. That's not.
Yes. And brain mets, bone mets, liver mets, these are all occurred after immunotherapy.
Right. Right? Yeah, that has to be clear.
Yes.
So yeah, that's like outcome.
And we have to check the durable response and durable disease control. I'm still trying to understand what is a durable response because these are not familiar to me. So I'm studying, so I will make it again.
Yeah.
For
So
the
a lot of times you can use 24 weeks. Because 4 weeks times 6 is 24. So it includes stable disease, CRPR, stable disease, equal
Okay.
or greater than 24 weeks. You can define it the way some people just say 6 months, but I like to use weeks.
Okay.
Um,
That's why we calculated, we collected the result of 6 months CT scan.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So durable response is CRPR. Disease control CRPR SD. Yeah.
Let's see as well.
Not that one. This is control is SD.
Okay.
Yeah, CRPR SD is the
And for the patients, the progression-free survival was 15.32 month. And overall survival was 22 month. And based on the RECIST, there was 35 cases of a progressive disease. And according to previous another journal,
No, let me ask you. You manually got RECIST for all patients at all
yes.
points. At all points.
Oh, I did it only with the first follow-up CT.
Oh, okay.
Because more than half of the patients that they didn't got second CT scan. There are several, but not all. But first CT scan they all have, so that's why I just did it.
So look, there were 55% PR. Is that true?
Yes. Should be different.
I think it's too high.
Okay, I will check it again.
Yeah. So because it's a radiomic study, what we need to do is, let's say PD. Oh, so first of all, the title assist is the I guess the response by RECIST on the first. This is the first CT, right? Yeah. So response evaluation by RECIST on the first CT scan or something. It has that should be the title.
Okay, thank you. And when I saw another a previous journal, they divided the patient as a responder versus a non-responder. So I think this is very similar to durable disease control.
No, durable has to be lasting 24 weeks.
Yes,
This
yes.
this one
yes.
is at
Mhm.
initial scan.
Okay, then is it okay with you to divide as this?
Yeah, responder, non-responder, it's okay.
And I have to see the objective rate, objective response rate.
Uh-huh.
And according to Barry's straight result, it was good intermediate for. But should I write it very straight? How can I write it?
You could, I guess it's, yeah, well, very strat. So this, so do it as a side project, or like don't include it in the main manuscript.
Okay.
If it shows anything, we'll write this separately as a report that the proteomics has some correlation, proteomics. But this is so new that people wouldn't understand.
Okay. But what about MSI? This
MSI high was 5.9%. Again, you can look at the correlation with this and endpoint, but you don't need to include it.
okay. And regarding TMB,
Yeah, it's 4 median. Is that why you included it?
yes.
Okay, that's fine.
And these were the genes by the common orders. And I think I don't have to include as well. It could be go to supplement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for something like ALK, you have to write whether it's mutation or fusion.
Oh, yes, I will. Okay. So our next step is after we're getting imagery files, we'll start the segmentation, and I will work with Maria and Myung-woo and maybe some medical school students. So I guess we can send it to Yuri as soon as possible. My time.
Go back to the resist again.
Yes.
So if someone reaches PD, that's the end of it, no more. So you have PD 35, that's done. Now, if you have CR, PR, ST, let's say your first scan was ST. Your next scan can be PR.
Yes, it
And
could
then
be.
your next scan can be CR.
Mm-hmm.
It will take time to disappear, okay?
Yeah.
Then you report that as CR because it's your best response. You understand? But if you don't
Yeah.
hit 1, 2, 3 time points, some people get to CR at 1 year, but it will be reported as CR.
Oh.
Okay, that's why until that person gets to PD or get off the trial, off the follow-up, wherever they are, you need RECIST on every point. That's a lot of work, but that's the right way. Because how do you know? If you just say, oh, clinically, there's no clinically CR or PR. there's a clinical progression then where we say, oh, patient, had shortness of breath, new pleural effusion and taken off, then clinical progression, that's easy, clinical. But to report like this, CRPR, SD, a lot of times response evaluation, like a best response evaluation, best response. So even if the first scan was SD, your fifth scan can be CR. But you don't know unless you do RECIST all the way.
Yes.
That's why it's so important to do. So you can stop 35, like because it's PD, but for SD, CRPR, you have to keep going with RECIST. You can't stop until they come off the off the cohort. You have to record all the RECIST.
Yeah, okay. I will.
And then for this, so it's response, there's two categories. You have to understand this. One is response at first imaging. So that could be SD, right? That person could be SD at first scan. But the best response evaluation by RECIST. So someone who gets to, that's the SD, but PR at 6 months, that person is PR in that best response.
Okay. I understand.
Yeah, so there's two different tables, if you will.
Okay. Oh, that's good.
So yeah, I like the fact you guys do it manual and compare imaging. So what is the timeline? When do you think actual imaging trial uploading and that will happen?
Within 1 or 2 weeks.
Okay, we're getting
Yeah.
close. We waited a really long time.
Yeah. Yes, really. We waited so long.
Yeah. Yeah. But glad it's going to happen. Thank you. Anything else?
Can I ask you a question? What's the exact definition of a best response?
Best response means literally the best. Like
During the
all-
treatment.
yeah, during any time of the treatment, what is the best one you can choose?
So if it goes from like PR to CR to PR to SD, then it would eventually be CR. Like
CR,
that would be the
yes,
best
yes.
response.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
CR. At one point, it was CR, then it's CR.
If there was PD at one point, then it's deemed to
Should
be
be
PD.
PD is PD, like,
Oh, okay.
CR can later, recur and go to PD. PR can go to PD, right?
Yeah.
But that's how we define PFS. But the best response is the best one at any point.
Thank you.
And I want to show you the can you see the Excel file?
Yeah.
That's
No, it's still the file name.
oh, okay. Can you see the Excel file? Okay.
Yes.
This is a result from Bredesen.
Yep.
So this red box was positive and other gray box was negative. I just try to combine each result as one.
Well, wait. What is 5 point? Then what's the green box of the value?
I guess cutoff value was 6. Oh no, I should ask the Bredesen again, but they gave us positive and negative, and they provided the only scores. And I actually know what it exactly means. So after I study a little bit more, I will ask them one by one.
So I think if there are, so 0 or not reported is, but let's say how many samples had values? So I know, well, positive, how many positives?
Um, $11.
11. Who are the ones with the whole the exome sequencing? I think there were 5. Do you have them listed?
Is that the one?
So so you had show me the 2 PDF reports.
These are the results that Pradeshan gave to us.
About the tumor fraction. And the number used was the CNV score, and you have whole genome sequencing classification, QC pass, and then you have positive. So click on the WES, whole exome sequencing, in the bottom.
Yes. This one,
Yeah,
7 patients.
7 patients. So they were, they had enough DNA, that they were able to do the whole exome sequencing. So, and then because it's the whole exome, they have TMB score. See?
Mhm.
And they have the mean allele fraction, which is 1623, all that here. So if you look at the patient ID,
Mm-hmm.
they do not overlap with the one you showed me.
Oh, we had it.
Can you go back to the one you showed me?
Yes.
Where's the,
So it was a patient's number 1 and 7 and 10, 11,
they-
20.
so they do overlap.
11, 24. It seems overlapping.
But you have, let's say, patient number 2 is,
Mm-hmm,
oh yeah, but it's positive, but you don't have baseline that's positive.
mm-hmm. Yes,
I
only
see.
this patient.
Only that patient.
Mm-hmm. Otherwise, every positive was detected on diagnosis time point.
Oh, everybody else, okay.
Oh, this patient too. We have two
Mm.
patients.
Okay.
Mhm.
Mm.
So, if you can give me some more time, actually, I couldn't understand totally with this result because I'm not, I don't much about the gene analysis. So please give me some more time. I will look into and I will summarize and we'll discuss with you again.
Okay. Yeah. So, show me what GHIJ, the columns are again. Go back up.
GH. Here. Okay.
Yeah, diagnosis during, after.
After and after operation.
So I guess everyone was negative after operation, right?
Mm-hmm.
But after chemo, some were positive.
Mhm.
So that's interesting. Patient number 2 were positive, but then was CPR.
Yeah.
There's so many CPR.
Yes, I told you before 75% show the PCR. So
75%. Wow.
yes. Mhm.
What about that second patient who had after completion positive?
Was patient
So
25.
also CPR?
No, it was remained cancer,
Mm.
3.4 centimeter. Was
Mm.
pretty large.
Okay. Um. Oh. Clarify one. So in the can you find the PDF file, not the Excel file, the PDF file from the email? Do you have that downloaded? Wait, title. What is the title of this one?
Okay. Study group.
PD. Just study report. Okay. Okay, go down. Table. So NGS result quality check. Okay. Okay, go down. Down. NGS, deep C, 25 samples. Okay. Go down. Precision care, I'll say they looked at 152 genes. Go down. And these are the ID, external ID. Fail, pass, so, okay. Go down. Detected variants. Okay, go down. detected genomic alterations. Okay. So you can do something similar when we kind of understand what's exactly going
Mhm.
on.
Okay.
Pre-AF, how they were, each good. Go down. This is called lollipop diagram. TP53, where were the mutations? Because TP53, it's not just one mutation. So go down. Okay, go down. Go down. Interactions between, okay, go down. Oncogenic pathway. Okay, go down. Okay, go down. So yeah, the copy number gains were 3 genes. Copy number losses were detected in 2 genes. Okay, go down. No fusion. Okay, go, yeah. So 25, 24 passed quality control. 25 still get NGS. Among 25, 21 passed NGS QC. So, but then 1 sample was at risk, 3 sample failed. So they did 22 NGSs included. So they were able to sequence all like 22 samples, and that was the NGS result of that 22 sample. Okay, go down.
That's it. Oh, no, there's appendix.
Okay. Can you show me the next PDF? Okay.
This is the other one.
Wait. Go up.
Go on.
Go up. Yeah, here. DNA basic. Okay, go down. 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 Oh, here. 7, go up. 7 plasma cells collected from 7 patients. So this is 7 plasma. Go down. So this is the other one was the beacon assay, I think.
No, care. It was care.
Care.
Uh-huh.
Predicting care. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Predicting care, doing the 152 gene, like a targeted panel from blood. And this is the 7 is only the whole exome sequence.
Some sequence.
Yeah, whole exome
Plus
sequence.
NGS panel.
Yeah, and go with, and then he can, okay. Go down. And then 7 samples advanced to the whole exome. So yeah. And they were able to get the TMB score and everything. This is the one we saw in the Excel file. Yeah. So. See, because they did the exome sequence, they were able to find much more mutations. This is the whole exome here. Yeah, go down. Yep, go down. Yep, go down. Yeah, go down. I just scroll down further. Yeah. Continuously. Yeah. It's okay. Go down. Yeah. Yeah. PMV score. Yeah. This is a graph that you could do
Mhm.
too as well. They found one fusion in MLL P1. Go down. Yeah, so the blood whole exome sequencing is not usually done. It's usually very limited targeted panel. So just to understand what can be detected in the whole exome sequencing is worth
Mhm.
reporting. So a lot of it here, the pathways you don't have to report, but a lot of just like the findings in, so you cannot combine all the targeted panel and whole exome because they're two different assays. But just report them separately. But I guess my question is the because we have 25 samples altogether, right? Total is 25.
Samples,
Yeah,
I mean patient's number.
yeah,
It was 32.
32. 32 patients.
Mhm.
Okay. And then oh yeah. And then 25 passed the QC and then did the predicine care for 22 and
Yes.
exome sequencing for 7. So I guess they overlap. I guess. Is there another PDF file or is this it?
No, that's all I have.
Okay. So, yeah, I guess they overlap to a certain degree, but when Liam, do you remember? I think when we talked to Shidong, we were talking that they weren't overlapping. Do you remember our discussion? That's what I thought that was what he said. But- yeah, but Jion, yeah, keep asking them what is this column, what does this mean? And the
Mhm.
copy number, when it's not detectable, is that meaningless or can we still use that? So what Shidong told me is this, that for the ones that they were able to find not one mutation, at least 2 mutation in the blood, then they can track it.
Oh, okay.
So show me the first Excel file that you showed me. And yeah, go to, so that the number you're showing, is that copy number or is that tumor fraction, allele frequency, AF? What is this number? 8.4?
Oh, these numbers came from the CMB score.
Yeah, I think it's the copy number was B score.
Abbreviation.
Maybe number is NB. Anyway, the DNA yield is important and the library yield and so that tumor fraction, I think it's the allele frequency. Okay. And that you have in what? How many patients you said? 7?
Oh, yes.
Oh, wait, you said 11. I think
Oh, positive. Yes, positive was 11.
11. Yeah. So that tumor fraction, it was not 0 for 11, right? Oh, wait. There's 0 too, even if it was positive, something was 0. Maybe that's a good question to ask.
Oh, CMB is a copy number burden.
Oh, okay. So you look at the tumor fraction, there's one that, 0 and is red. Go down. Yeah, this one. It's fraction 0, but I wonder why. Is it truly 0 or is it 0.0000 something?
Oh,
Is-
okay. I would ask that.
Yeah, because I don't know
Mhm,
why that's positive then.
mhm.
Go down. Okay, so I think the copy numbers could be anything. Copy number can be copy number of the whole chromosome. And that doesn't necessarily mean it's coming from cancer. Now you can, I think the tumor fraction
Mhm.
is what we are like, when you plot the ctDNA, that's what you have to plot. So my guess is, so when we say we have 11 positive results,
Mhm.
is that all baseline, or is that, so is that 11 patients, or is it few, less than that patients from, and is it sample number, or when you say subject ID, subject is sample, right? So
No, that is a patient number.
patient number,
Mhm.
okay. So maybe this is all baseline because it doesn't distinguish in one patient sample number 1, 2, 3, 4. Does it?
Sample numbers start with a Z.
Okay. But where did you get 5.54, 4.84?
Oh,
Where's-
this one, that I told you that was a CMB score.
Yeah, but where was it? Show me that number in the Excel file.
Here, you can see patients one is
Uh-huh.
8.41.
Uh-huh.
Then when you go here, you can see 4.84.
I see.
And when you go down again, there is another. Oh, no, that's it. So I just make orders with the patient's number, and then I just put the values into the Excel file.
I see. You can show them that the copy number changes and ask them if it means anything.
Mhm.
I don't think it means much, but maybe
Okay.
they'll. But if you can put tumor fraction number, like you did here,
Mhm.
tumor fraction number that number into GHIJ box.
Mhm.
That's
Gee.
going to be the main graph you're gonna need.
Okay. Okay.
There's a lot of zeros, but still we'll be able to see.
Yes.
Now, what I want you to look at is the tumor fraction coming from here. Let's say patient number 1, tumor fraction is 0.098.
Mhm.
Let's say patient number 7 is 0.0438. Can you go to the whole exome sequencing report? Yeah. and see what the allele frequency is. It looks like tumor fraction 50, right? It's
Mhm.
2 for patient 1.0. 0.3 is similar. Now patient 11 is really empty. Can you go
Yes.
to patient 11 for the initial one? Yeah. It's not 0 for that, I guess. So we can ask that, why was this left blank?
Mhm. Okay.
And there's a discrepancy. How about the tumor fraction here?
Mhm.
Um. So I would say, draw graph with, and then this we know because of the Z, whether it's baseline, whether it's not baseline, we can
Mhm.
so make a plot like with the 7 patients where these samples are. Is it all baseline? And then plot it with that 4 time points.
Mhm.
And do that with the citizen care as
Yeah.
well.
Okay.
Yeah, that way, and then show that to Predicin and see if we're doing it right way.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right. Mhm.
And then we should really have I think going back and forth is gonna take too much time. So why don't you arrange meeting with Shidong?
Mhm.
And is it Yong? Yong is the statistician.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so statistician and Shidong.
Mhm.
You see everyone. Liam help her arrange a teleconference together to go over all the data
Mhm.
together.
And can I invite Korean team?
Not yet, because we
Not yet. Okay.
we don't
All
we still trying to understand.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay.
Maybe I don't know. You can invite Sujong if you want. She can listen. I don't know
Mm.
if she wants. So just tell her we're still trying to figure out what the data
Uh-huh.
means, but
Mhm.
she can join. Put it as an optional. We're not ready to present anything, but understand.
Okay. Okay. I'll just ask her.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Very good.
Yes.
We're almost there.
Uh-huh. And one thing I left is journal club. Do you want to present journal club now or later?
Later.
Okay.
But you read the Charlie Swanton one? Is that which one? That one? Which one?
No, it was a long adenocarcinoma promotion by air pollutants.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Charlie Swanton.
Yeah. Okay. Good. We'll move on to Haesung.
I'll start with the relatlimab nivo trial.
Mhm.
So Anna was asking if the secondary squad committee is surgery.
I think that's what we put for the DART. I mean, this is kind of copying from DART, right?
This was something else.
Oh, it's something else?
Yeah.
What was it? I think Megan changed to surgery, maybe.
Oh, maybe it was angio. Yeah, I think it was angio. Yeah, I got it from angio sarcoma. Neoadjuvant, July 2021.
Oh, you got it from angio. So angio is neoadjuvant surgery is involved. So secondary SWOT committee is not surgery for this one because we're not resecting anything. So effectiveness, patient reported outcome, PRO core review, if either. So we are not doing that, right? We're not doing the PROs here, are we?
No.
Yeah. So the answer is no, we can leave it blank.
Okay. I'm not sure about this note. Is this something that we wrote like or like your team wrote previously? Or does this come with the
Or-
template?
Hold on, let me get a phone call.
Okay.
Okay, I had to take that call. Okay.
Okay, 1 second, I will share again. Yeah, I guess I'll leave this.
Yeah,
I
so
think it
that's
was
not
part of it.
the
And
form,
then,
just leave it,
yeah, yeah. And then I put no to the surgery evaluation.
Yeah.
So study chair, everything looks good to you, right? Dr. Chick, Kurzbach, Dr. Patel, and then Megan, biostats.
Uh-huh.
And then this one was corrected by Megan. And then
What, why is the sarcoma here
the what?
in rank list order? Has
What?
committee prioritizes list all ERC approved studies in development. Okay, that's fine. Yep.
Oh, and then so it used to be like bullet pointed, but I guess the committee didn't like that, so I just kind of separated them and put it into just like paragraph forms.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. There was something there was something I was going to. Oh, yeah. So this part, so Megan commented how just because we couldn't reject the null hypothesis doesn't mean that our results are inconclusive. And she also said many of our cohorts exceeded the OOR for many cohorts exceeded 30%. And so that's what I said here. The previous trial achieved operational success with OOR exceeding 30% in various groups. So in the current study, we aim to improve outcomes by evaluating a new combination.
Okay, I don't think it was many, but she was the statistician, so yeah, it's okay.
Everything else is the same. I just took out the gestational trophoblastic disease. I took it out initially, but I think someone else added it and then I just took it out. So that's
Okay.
that. And then I think these were fine. Inclusion criteria, they shortened it to this much. They just put like, adequate function and then, criteria to follow current SWOT standard.
Yeah,
And then exclusion criteria, not many changes here. And then for the endpoints, they wanted to distinguish between CUP and NOC and otherwise.
for all ports other than comp, yeah, endpoint, NOC. Require study chair approval. NOC, yeah, yep.
Here, the correlative, the secondary endpoint following blood draw, I think they wanted to specify what exactly we're going to measure. I'm guessing like CTD and then like TMD stuff, like protein.
Which ones? Okay, so the blood rationale. Yeah, we could write. So the from blood is yeah, circulating tumor DNA.
Mhm.
Or you can put cell-free DNA slash RNA. Cell-free DNA slash RNA. Olink measures protein, so you can do proteins slash cytokines. And put in parentheses proteomics. And then cell-free DNA, RNA, you can in the parentheses, you can put genomic slash transcriptomic. Yeah, and then DNA, RNA, and protein, proteomic. Well, I guess from the biopsy you can put tissue genomic transcriptomic profiling, and then one more immune cell profiling. And then comma slash IHC. Yeah. From blood, you can put no, I think that's good enough. Thank you. Yeah.
I think that's it for this one then. I will put this in a document format and forward it to you.
Yeah.
Okay. This is just a brief update about the transcriptomic project. That's what I talked about yesterday. We initially had about like 30 patients, and since we decided to evaluate them based on this criteria, a lot of patients got excluded. These are the gray ones. This one got excluded because of the small cell. This one because IO was started before the sample date. So maybe that, so yeah.
So IO was started before the sample.
Yeah. So since we're trying to see if the RNA is predictive of IO response, I thought that was inappropriate. If you look at it here, the sample date is 2021 and the IO was started on November 2020.
Oh, you're saying the there was a few other therapies between? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, I mean, IO was started on 2020 and then this Tempest test was performed like 3 months later. So I thought it
Later? You said
later.
wait, 2020 was the sample date?
2020 November was the IO start date. And then the sample was collected 3 months later for this patient.
Where's that 3 months later?
This one, February 20, this sample collection date, February 2021.
And start date, where's the start date?
Start date is November 2020. And this was the second line therapy for this patient with metastatic adenocarcinoma. It's patient Joanne O, if you remember.
Yeah, you remember her?
Oh, I've never met her.
Dr. Ine, are you on? Do you remember patient Joanne O? Can you tell us a little bit about her?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah,
So she had if I remember, she had mucinous cell carcinoma.
right.
Yes, metastatic to organs. Yeah, that's what I remember.
Do you remember what happened to you?
Oh yeah, of course I do.
Can you tell us?
I had syncope when I encountered her. Yeah.
You had syncope in the clinic. Why? Why did you have syncope?
I don't know, due to emotions.
She was so young.
Yeah, she was younger than me. 1 year.
Yeah. So Dr. Ine had to hold the doorknob so that she doesn't fall down.
Oh my God.
Because she felt so sad for her.
Mm.
So I also remember her. Anyway, she was mucinous. That she's also one of the patients that gave me motivation to study what's wrong with mucinous. Like these people, she had mucinous and it's some bronchial alveolar type. Maybe Haesung, you can read about her chart, read her story, and chemo, immunotherapy, and clinical trial, everything we used never worked. She died after very few months, very short survival. And we were so sad. Now going back to your question, so yes, it's ideal to get sample right before the therapy we want to test. But technically, realistically, it's not always feasible.
Mhm.
So it's okay to use the sample that were biopsied before or after the initiation of therapy.
Mm,
RNA will be affected. So if you talk about the RNA, it's going to be affected, so it's less reliable because we're looking at the RNA landscape. If we
Mhm.
are looking at DNA profiling, it's
Mhm.
okay.
Oh,
Because
I see.
chemo is not gonna, if let's say tumor has EGFR mutation, tumor is not gonna make that away or give another new EGFR mutation in that short time period. So genomics,
see.
it's okay. Transcriptomics, it's not okay, but it might take a while for the RNA change to occur. Let's say now 3 months. Is that enough? And do you know why we did a biopsy 3 months after starting? Usually there's a reason. Is that was there a reason?
I believe it was a metastatic lesion, a new metastatic lesion.
So and then I guess there was no NGS done
No,
before.
before. No, I tried to look.
Oh,
And I
maybe-
tried to look for immunotherapy that was started after the sample, but there's none.
Hmm. So I think the clear answer is for RNA, it's best not to use it, but it could be like sensitivity analysis where you do one analysis with and without and kind of see. But 3 months after therapy would affect the tissue RNA. So, and then I mean, at the end, it won't make much difference because we don't have much sample. So, but in the
Yeah.
future,
Uh-huh.
yeah, it's still important to look at it and see if we want to include it or not. DNA definitely include it, but RNA still see what's going on. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, this is, sorry.
Yeah, go on. Go on.
Yeah, so this is another question. Like, I don't think we will end up using this data, but just for future reference. So this patient was initially diagnosed with stage 3, and she did get a surgery, but and she was diagnosed in 2011. And this is Mary Sobecki, you would remember. But several years later, in 2015, she was discovered to have recurrent disease. And so IO was started in 2019. The sample was collected in 2021. Wait, oh no, the sample was collected in 2011 when she was first diagnosed with resectable stage 3 cancer. In that case, do we still evaluate the patient for the patient's RNA expression?
So it was before the therapy, and do you know what she was on before Atizo?
She was on chemo, like,
Yeah.
I will look it up again, but yeah.
So you can still use the diagnostic sample. It's okay, but I know it's few years, but it's the only sample you have, right? So
Yeah.
it's okay. It's pre-treatment. You can just say, I use whatever pre-treatment sample we have.
Oh, okay. Okay. This patient was excluded because the RECIST criteria, apparently for the baseline CT, it needed to occur within 4 weeks of starting IO. And for this patient, it was way more than 4 weeks. And these patients as well. This patient as also, this patient was adjuvant, neoadjuvant. Again, baseline CT greater than 4 weeks. This patient only had the first CT done. I think this patient died quickly, so there was no follow-up CT to compare. So that's that. After excluding all of them, we have 6
Yeah.
patients.
Yeah, I think a lot of them were excluded because of the 4-week CT. In the real world, we're not that strict. So I would suggest making that 12 weeks for the study.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I can make those changes. It's just that I'm wondering how we can increase the sample size. And we kind of briefly talked about the TAP program. But for that one, the response is evaluated clinically. It's whether the treatment was switched. Do you still want to proceed with that option, going through the TAP program and
Yeah,
seeing
so
if we
TAP
can get
program-
499 RNA, 499 DNA?
Yeah, so the TAP program is for heterogeneity, right?
Yeah.
So we can sort of format in a way we want to assess the heterogeneity in RNA as
Mm,
well, in addition to DNA. So
mm.
Uh,
Okay.
yeah, maybe prioritize because they have lots of data, and then I'm sure they have more than 500 where they have both DNA RNA intact, like full report, right? So we would ask them that, and then that way you have PFS, OS, all clinical. It's okay. That we can't do it. All clinical, and we have RNA. You can do your own analysis, but we just have to format it that, not like the response signature, but the heterogeneity signature. It's same thing,
Interesting.
it's same
Yeah.
thing. But that way we can get the data and then see what we can get.
Okay. So ideally get patients who have both DNA and RNA, right? Is
Yeah.
that what you're saying? 499
Uh-huh.
patients with that? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. We can
So
figure that out.
Any follow up from Kelvin, Cal, or like I really want both of you, Jian and Haesung, you both of you go to campus. It would be really nice learning opportunity. I went there, many times because they're just few blocks
Oh,
away.
wow.
And feels like you're in in Bay Area startup company where, inside the company they have their own coffee, restaurant and everything, gym and all that.
Wow.
So
Yeah,
I'm
so this is the email we got yesterday afternoon. They just said we're still figuring things out, but they've had some encouraging discussions.
provisions under which the working range may be supported. I'll be sure. Okay, so yeah, let's see what he says.
Yep, and I have one more thing to show you.
Okay.
Okay, this is about the post-transplant graft rejection and PTN projects. I showed this to you like 2-3 weeks ago, but at that time you said I needed to take out liver metastasis as PTN and also to get the RFS, the rejection-free survival, as well as the PTN-free survival curves. Yeah, so this is my new updated tables. This time I put age in 2 different ways. The first one is the mean as well as the standard deviation. And the second one is grouping by age 50. And that's because the mean age was 51.
I see.
And then the p-value just represents if there was significant difference among the organ types. And I did Kruskal-Wallis test or chi-square, depending on the number of subgroups.
Okay.
And then I
guess-
showed,
I
Yeah.
guess age at transplantation, you can still put that. You can make 3 columns under age. You know,
oh,
median. and then-
yeah,
Yeah. So,
okay, yeah,
it's fine to do that way, yeah.
got it. And does everything else look good to you, like the variables as well as the outcome in one table as well? And this one just means whether they die due to graft rejection or to PTM.
Why don't you make a cause of death?
Yeah,
Oh, separate, okay,
separate, yeah.
yeah, it's confusing. And then just to remind you, there was no smoking data for all 5 transplants, and so I just took it out.
What about lung? There's no smoking?
Yeah, there was smoking information for lung and for only 2 transplant types.
Okay,
Yeah. The next one shows a comparison of characteristics among the recipients, comparing between graft rejection and PTM. I performed an odds ratio for these. And then I represented the numbers for each. Oh, that one's wrong. Sorry.
and adjusted means,
That variables less than 0.05 of p-values. The unadjusted were included in the adjusted.
when you adjusted, what did you do with unavailable data points from different variables? Or everyone had data points?
Everyone had data points. Yeah, this other just means it was something else
Other
other
is-
than white flag. Yeah.
Oh, okay, then it's fine. So what was standing out to you? What trend?
I think sex and age were significantly related as expected. But all types of race, BMI, but not so blood group only mattered for PTM, but not graft rejection.
So what
And then
group had more cancer? A or when you
for
adjust,
cancer,
well, I guess group blood A has more cancer.
it's all less than 1, so I would think.
Yeah, but still similar. I
Yeah.
guess A type gets more stress.
Yeah. And then if you compare between PTM versus graft rejection, hazard ratio came out to be less than 1. And also comparing PTM with graft rejection was also less than 1. So if you have PTM, you're less likely to develop graft rejection and vice versa. So that you can see the inverse relationship here.
Right, post-transplant malignancy and graft rejection, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's a result of bias, if some, a lot, but I do think it's okay to, I mean, that's what it is, yeah, I liked how it was presented, okay.
Okay, thank you. And this one is the univariate and multivariate analysis for rejection and PTM. This is just a Cox regression, so a different representation.
Time to graft
other
rejection,
variables.
time to post-transplant malignancy. And everything is pretty positive. But actually the strength of the correlation is
Yeah, the age greater than 54 PTM was probably the greatest. Everything else, like compared to white, other races had less risk of
less risk
PTM.
of PTM, but also less risk of rejection too. While the black
For
is
black and other, other
yeah.
ethnicities, yeah, more chance of rejection. And then female, they had slightly higher chance of rejection, whereas PTM, less risk.
Yeah.
Oh, and also, I guess I should have noted greater than 50, less chance of rejection versus high chance of PTM.
The older you are, rejection risk is less.
Less.
Interesting.
And then higher for PTM. And also being underweight, you have, or I guess I can't say much about underweight, but being normal or overweight, you have less chance of either
Yeah, that's
rejection or
interesting.
PTM. Mhm.
Yeah, good. Yeah, pretty interesting.
Yeah, so
Very good.
overall. This is the time-dependent covariate Cox regression analysis. I asked Dr. Cheon even during the weekend. I kind of bothered her about this, and we tried to do this again. And again, it was just around 1. And even after putting all the variables, I got the same results. And so I copied and pasted the actual results to show you what
Wow, even
and
if
ask you what's going
carry
on.
exactly same number.
Yeah, I wanted to ask what's going on.
Well, how can it be exactly same number? Because you put so many variables in there.
And for this one, I put PTM because I learned that you have to do it this way
Mhm.
after putting the time variable. Yeah. Okay. So by the way, the T curve is the time times like time multiplied by PTM.
No.
That's how you do it, right? Yeah.
So Dr. Jian, is this right?
It seems like the right because yeah, I try to find something other lectures from YouTube, but it's like right. And do we have to ask to Professor Che or Sheen?
Yeah,
Mm.
I'm not confident about this because it's so similar. And yeah, it's so similar and yeah, I
And again, for graft rejection as risk factor for PTM and death, the trend is again very similar and also very close to 1. And this was not significant.
so yeah, share these slides too when and ask both of them.
Okay.
Invite both of them as your co-statistical team authors and
Sure.
yeah, explain what you did and see if this makes sense.
Uh-huh.
I mean, why
Okay.
it's exactly wait, go up. So the difference between this is
PTM as a risk factor, and this is rejection as a risk factor.
yeah, the both were close to 1, okay. And wait, the so I'm gonna look at the title. Assess post a PTM as risk factor for graph rejection. So variable, and then variable, okay, outcome. So outcome is, so when you have outcome as time to rejection, then having PM, but then the right half is when you have outcome as time to death, PTM.
Mhm.
Okay, go down. I want to make sure it's. This is the as graph rejection. Yeah, the other way, and then you have time to death. So even time to death, graph rejection, yes or no, is almost like hazard ratio of 1.
Yeah,
And
that's,
same thing for the prior graph table. So
um,
yeah, that means really, but I mean, that's because such a large sample size, the p-value is always positive, but then it's so close to 1 that, you know, having PTM or rejection
yeah.
really didn't impact survival, right?
It's weird because if you look at the overall survival graph rejection, the hazard ratio is 2.619, and then for PTM, it's less than 1.
Yeah. And again, that's because it's not baseline. It moves with time. Yeah.
I'll ask again.
Yeah. So yeah, this is very deep epidemiology. This is yeah, but we still have to report it like this. I don't see any other way.
This time I displayed like the worst prognosis and best prognosis in this way. Does this make sense to you? So it's by worst 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 versus others, and then best 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 versus others.
So prognosis is pretty broad term. I would use highest mortality or lowest mortality or something like that.
Will do.
Or in the order of mortality or something.
Okay. And then I put others as the reference group and then compared it. That also makes sense to you, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And I will definitely fix the graphs. It just takes a long time because it's huge data.
Yeah.
This is the rejection-free survival. This time I did more landmarks. So first is no landmark. And then it's 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 10, 15, 20, and then up to 25. And then between 2 years to 20 years, the p-value were significant, but 1 year and 25-year landmark will not. And again, I guess because of the low sample size of patients with graft rejection, I couldn't find the median survival. Or I mean like the median months to rejection.
Right. If it's all NA, I think we can just put in the footnote saying that median was not reached for not reached for all the landmark or something, and get rid of the
Yeah, okay.
because yeah.
It looks bad. Okay. And then the hazard ratio, again, we see this trend. So overall, the hazard ratio is less than 1, but from 1 year, it starts going up and then down by 25-year landmark. But it's not a significant down. And there's only 2 rejection patients here.
Right. So I feel like we have to trim this. This is too many data points.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to do 25. It's too few patient.
I did the 1, 2, 3-year landmarks for the PFS graph because graft rejection tends to occur, early.
Right. I like that. And then you have, do we need 7?
I guess not.
Pretty similar, right? So
Mhm.
1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 15,
20.
10 and 20.
Uh-huh.
Okay, that's 6 then. Perfectly.
Yeah, that's good. Is it too long? Yeah, 6. Let's do 6 time points.
This is the PTM free survival. One thing I wanted to ask was since PFS is so prevalently used for progression-free survival, do you want me to put PTM-FS to distinguish, or
PTM,
PMFS?
PTM free survival.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the other one is rejection free survival. Just write it out because
Oh,
it's not commonly used acronym.
okay. Yeah. So again, yeah, so having graft rejection, you're less likely to develop PTM, right? Because it's less than 1. And then if you look at the landmarks, it trends downward. And it's very different from the OS, the without landmark.
So if you have rejection, then you're, yeah, so this is a pretty, I think, pretty meaningful graph right here, right? It tells you if you had graft rejection,
Mhm.
then your risk of having,
PTM.
yeah,
Oh, sorry, this one should be PTM. Yeah, I should correct that.
oh, PTM?
Yeah, sorry, this is PTM free survival, so the endpoint is PTM. Please note
Oh,
this,
okay,
I'm sorry.
PTM.
Yeah.
So 1-year landmark says if you had graft rejection, your risk of having cancer is low, right?
Very low, yeah.
Very low. So that 1-year landmark study is, I think, is the key. If the first year, if you experience rejection,
Mhm.
then your risk, so someone compared to no experiencing rejection the first year, your chance of getting cancer in all the following years is
Yeah.
low,
Mhm.
because your T cells can reject cancer cells too. So I think this is real. This is
Mm.
this is the emphasis.
Mm.
Yeah,
Mm.
I
Mhm.
think we found the pearl.
Oh, nice. Oh, I'm so proud.
Because that time dependent Cox was too close to 1.
Yeah. But we have
Uh,
great statisticians, so we can ask them for help.
Yeah, but this one is real. This is right. I mean, Jian, I wanted you to make sure this
Dr. J doesn't trust me.
Why me?
0.148 is correct, because you can't, yeah. Yeah.
If I confirm, could it be true?
Maybe confirm with Dr.
Yes, obviously. We have to ask them.
Yeah, that is
Mhm.
the right way, and we can give them access to the raw data.
Mhm.
Yeah, have them kind of
They will
verify
address
the key finding. They would, it's their expertise.
Yeah.
Mm.
Put them on the cloud and give them access.
Mhm.
Especially Dr. Choi. Dr. Shin can give us comment on direction, but
Yeah.
Dr. Choi is actual statistician, and if he puts his name on the paper, as a statistician, he's responsible for data too.
Mm.
Yes.
So he can't just trust us, like,
Yeah.
yeah, we need to give him the opportunity to deal with the raw data, so.
And that is the better way to get the accurate data from statistics with their names.
Yeah.
Yes, really.
But yeah, I think this is encouraging, and this is like 0.14, which is very significant. Right?
Oh, but then if you look at the graphs, this is something I was wondering what was going on. So the red one is the ones who developed graft rejection within 1 year. And this is a graph showing whether they develop any further, or whether they develop PTM over time. And so people who develop graft rejection within 1 year, they are
They
less
are PTM free,
PTM. Oh, okay. Oh,
right?
right.
They're
Yeah. Okay.
rest of almost all, it's like to me, it's like a flat line.
Mm.
So
I
I
see.
think
Oh,
that's
okay. That perfectly
the
makes sense.
most important graph, and that trend is keep going with different landmark. This pattern does not change.
Mm.
Do you agree, Dr. Jian?
Yes, and on the graph, you should change the title of y-axis as
Yeah.
TTM-free survivor. Then we
Mhm.
can understand better.
Yeah, of course. I just
Didn't. Yeah. No chance. Thank you. Do you have any other comments? That's all I have to know. Is there anything else you would like me to do other than contacting Dr. Shin and Dr. Choi?
No, I think, you remember how we were thinking whether this deserves a separate paper or not? I think because of this graph, the 1 year landmark graph, it deserves a separate paper, I think. Because in Dr. Chian's paper, we didn't show.
We didn't.
We did just the
didn't.
overall. Yeah, so I think this graph tells a lot of things, and it kind of supports our theory. Like, if you can reject the organ, well, I guess organ rejection failure. This is alternative explanation, which we have to deal with. Your organ failed, then your organ's out. Then you don't need immune suppression anymore. So that's why you're cancer free.
Oh. Well, wait, but then
Sorry, voices that go inside. The PTM can occur anywhere, not just on the ground.
So this organ rejection is the rejection of the organ that was transplanted. So if your organ failed, it's failed organ you have to take it out. Some people will pass away because of that, but some people who survive means they had second transplant, or I don't know, they recovered with the steroid and more immune suppression. Sometimes so there's that component, but I feel like I don't know if there's a, so we can ask UNOS if rejection happened, and then we know who died after the rejection, the data, but
Mhm.
I guess, is there any data for like a second transplant of that rejection patient, or like who was successfully treated or who died of rejection, who got second transplant? I
So we
don't know,
do have the cause of death as graft.
graft failure.
Well, yeah,
Graft
these are the cause
rejection.
of death.
Yeah, we have that. So I guess then let's say first graft rejection, and you have cause of death of graft rejection. That's pretty clear. But for those who did not die of rejection, then how did they deal with rejection? Second transplant, or more
Mm.
immune suppression? Like, if we can get to the detail of that data, that would be good.
Mm.
When we ask something to UNOS, they always say you can't find anything from your data. So it's better to ask to Jisang if there is data regarding retransplantation. There
Hmm,
will be some. So I think we can find
okay.
if we
Let's
have.
bring Jisang back.
Okay, so I guess my next goal, my next plan is to contact Dr. Shin and Dr. Choi as well as Dr. Jisang, right?
Yeah,
Okay. All right.
anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. Great, thank you. Maria, do you have any updates? Can't hear you.
Or she's having a couple online. Right.
Working on, having the gains of every page. I also was working. I also was working with Dr. Choi regarding the case report of Abit Mivantavam, giving her the images.
Yeah,
She shared with me this morning the final the final manuscript, and she asked Dr. Liam and me to upload submit the case report.
hmm. So have both of you went through it or not yet?
No, not yet.
Okay, so again, make sure there's no error.
Mm.
And the patient, is still LMD free, still very functional. And where are we submitting to?
She gave us a list. Do you have with you, Dr. Liam, the email that she shared with us, asking us? I have it, but my phone is not working well.
I'll have to pull it up as well.
Okay. Make sure, work with her if, I don't know if, so Maria, are you part of the co-author then?
Oh, yes.
So you are responsible also for checking any errors. And
Okay.
also make sure everything is formatted according to the journal instruction.
Good.
Table, and you can work with Uni. She has the ultimate responsibility, but yeah, work with her to make sure it's error proof, and yeah, it has to come out very soon.
Yeah, we got the final manuscript just this morning. I will make sure to check if everything is fine, and after that, submit the manuscript to the paper, to the journal.
Okay,
Yes.
anything else?
Oh,
I
she
think
asked us
you-
to upload, to submit it to the JCOPO, the JCRCO, the GMC Cancer, the MPJ Precision Oncology, and the Frontiers in Oncology. Those journals.
So those are in the order of submit, when you get rejected, then go to the next one, okay?
Ah, okay, gotcha. Okay.
So make sure uni has everything figured out. Yeah, we don't want any errors when it's time for submission, okay?
Sure.
Okay.
Mhm.
So Dr. Chair, would you like to go over the draft now or next week?
Yeah, you can show me.
Okay. Maria, do you have the link right now or no?
Yes, I have it, but since I received it this morning, I didn't bring my computer. It was too late when I checked it. And if you can share it with
Let me just share it here then.
Chair, I would appreciate it. Yes, please. Okay.
Dr. Chair, put the link in the chat.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll review. Give me let's take a 5-minute break. I'm to go to the restroom. Okay, I am back. I would say we will be able to do the lab meeting until 12:30.
Isn't the Med Onc meeting right now, or is that at 12:30?
Oh, it's canceled.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, do I have 1 o'clock meeting? There's so today it's 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock, so okay. I have meeting at 12:30, so we'll end, we have 30 more minutes, so. Okay, Maria or Liam,
Yeah, the link is in the chat.
okay. There's 2 links.
No, you can use the one on the bottom.
Oh, okay. Okay, do any one of you know patient name?
Yes, ask Rob.
What did you say?
It's kind of difficult for me to pronounce, but yeah, I have it, but I don't have it. I have it, but no, with me. But I have it, the name. Let me check really quickly.
I think Ashok.
Ash, yeah. Valera Ashok.
Yes. So introduction. Sure, the paper does not require abstract. There's no abstract here. Every journal different in terms of requiring abstract. Answer an event, although case presentation, follow-up CT. So it's 16 months.
16 months.
No, I'm asking you, is that what you updated, Maria?
I updated 6 months. And it's no 6 months on the current one that is from
So can you give me the date when amivantamab was started?
yes, it is on 9/16/2021.
Can you give me the last CT scan date?
Is the 4/6/2023. Oh yes, I have to.
Okay, so how many months is that?
Good question. Okay, I would check if 16 months or not.
So to me, it's about 19 months,
Mhm.
but do the exact calculation. to
Yeah,
the-
I will.
And then do the exact calculation. And then whether it's 19.2 month or something.
Mhm.
Yeah. Don't
Okay.
just ballpark it. So to me, this, again, this now been on, so I particularly said update on the follow-up stable month. It's clearly more than 16 months, so this was
Okay.
updated.
Okay.
Um,
I will make sure to update that part.
Yeah. So why there's so many grammar errors here? I'm actually very surprised. And then you can use all these
Mhm.
programs, and I don't know why I'm seeing all these typos and errors.
Mm.
This must have been reviewed by so many authors here: Uni, Gina, Maria, Liam. So please, please, do whatever you can to make this error-proof. I think I had that enough emphasis this morning. And I think the whole point of updating was to update this, and even this was not updated. This is, a shock to me.
Mm.
So because this does not have abstract, I suggest adding a line that says more than 19 months or something in the conclusion, because a lot of times the reviewers would either read abstract or just go to conclusion. What do you want to say? And you say durable, they have no clue how durable this can be. So something like more than 19 months should be in, it's there in the conclusion to support durability.
Okay.
So is this a 16-month scan, the most recent one? Is it 16 or?
I
don't-
I
not-
actually I haven't calculated how many months has been, but the most recent one is from 4/6/2023, April 6, 2023. That is the most recent one.
And you said the amivantamab started September. Is that true?
9th, the month is 9th, as I think that is September. Yeah, September 16, 2021.
So is
21.
the scan C April 6, 2023 scan or not?
Which one, sorry?
The figure 1C,
Mm-hmm.
is this April 2023 scan?
Yes, it is supposed to be the 2023 scan.
This is what you sent to Uni.
Yes. The first one is pre-treatment, that is 1 month before. The second one is the 6 months after, and the other one, I don't know exactly how many months, but that is the most recent one.
Okay. First column, it's, evident that the tumor shrank here.
Mhm.
What about the second column?
Is
The-
the patient has a lesion
In the
on
liver?
the liver? Yes.
So I would put like an arrow so that people can look where the lesion is.
Okay.
Small. Same thing. The hilar lymph node, I would put arrow.
Uh-huh.
And what
Okay.
about the right side column? What are you
This,
measuring here?
yes, osteolytic metastasis to the sacrum.
But it's same, right?
Yes, the first one is a little bit bigger, but the 6 months, the ones that is the most recent one is not, haven't changed.
Do you see that the upper one is bigger than the lower one, the middle one?
Um,
By your eyes, can you tell?
not that much. It
I
looks
cannot- I
looks
cannot-
kind of the same.
Yeah, so
when-
the bone
Mhm.
lesion is usually not evaluable by RECIST a lot of times.
Okay,
So I would take out the bone
okay,
and make the other figures bigger
okay.
and put arrows in every part
Mhm.
where there's a measurable lesion.
Sure. Got the sacrum.
Again, please make sure if 16 is accurate or not.
Mhm.
The dates you gave me is not 16 month. So if you say 16-month or 6 month, it's not accurate. You have to say 6 after treatment or something. Okay,
Can you repeat that? That's what you said?
so post-treatment 6 month or 6 months post-treatment, 16 months post-treatment.
Okay, I
If you
see.
say
Mhm.
same thing here. What are we, where is the lepto lesion that we have to look at? Is this the area of focus? Put an arrow.
Yes. No,
That-
that is not an error. I will put an error there.
And then the right column, where's the thicket, where's the LMD of focus?
The cerebellum, the left part, the, there is it's too small, but there is the millimeters.
So yeah, you need arrow because that was enhancing and it's gone. So
Sure.
we have 2 EGFR here.
Mhm.
Now the question is, are they, and I believe they are from Guardant, correct?
I will have to confirm that.
I think this is Guardant.
Mhm.
Mm. So look at the Guardant yourself
Okay.
and see if there's any other mutation found in addition to EGFR.
Mhm.
And then if there is, plot them all here,
Okay.
okay? And I wonder if this patient has tissue NGS. They'll ask if there's a blood NGS, but there's no description of tissue NGS.
Mm. I will check that.
So yeah, so describe the tissue NGS result as well. Okay.
Mhm.
And make sure when you add them that this does not go over the word limit. So, Liam, let me ask you this. Is Gina Kim first author or Uni Kim first author?
I'm not like so I was assuming Dr. Yoonhee was first author after having discussed with like I thought she had confirmed that with you and that's why her name was first.
Which who? Mhm.
So Uni was not involved until I told her just update the duration of response and submit that abstract for the Santa Monica meeting. And I told her just for that abstract, I will allow you to be the first author because you will actually travel to Santa Monica to present.
Hmm,
That's all I said.
okay.
And I don't know why her name is up in front of Gina Kim, who wrote the whole paper.
Mm.
Okay. Yeah, we
Anyway,
should
it was
probably move
never
it on.
discussed with me, so this was also a shock.
Okay. We can move her back. Also like Dr. Yuno and Horion was involved in this initially. Like, shouldn't their names be on here as well?
Yeah, whoever worked with on this project should be here. So Gina Kim took the initiative. She was here when you were here, correct?
Yeah, so she was the first author, and at that time it was Dr. Horion and Yunho and myself who started this paper. Yeah, so I was a little confused too because the abstract that we submitted to had Dr. Yun's name first, and then it actually didn't have all the other doctors' names on there.
Right. So I don't know how that was dropped. I do not know.
Okay,
I only thing I said is I will allow you to be the first author because you are going to travel to present.
gotcha.
The only thing you're contributing is adding durable response. So let's make sure everyone who contributed gets authorship here.
Mhm.
And I think Gina Kim has to be the first author. And
Agreed.
Gina Kim has to do the final review,
Mhm.
but but Uni and Maria is on this paper as the author because they're responsible for updating the most recent data.
Right.
There there has to be no error. And I think because Maria, you're on it, everything I gave you, the suggestions I made,
Mhm.
you can be in charge of fixing those. And but still have all the authors, especially Dr. Gina, take a look at it and take the final responsibility in making it perfect. But Maria, you're gonna be in charge of actually submitting it, changing it, reformatting it. Because I think to be part of co-author, you really have to work, decent amount to be qualified, not just a helper, but understand the paper and do what it takes to get it published. So I think it makes sense that you correct everything that I told you. And
Yes.
submit it. And you can be the third author of the paper. Or maybe if you work more than Uni, you could actually be the second author. Because I don't know what Uni actually did here. Yeah, but just, yeah, leave it as it is, just Gina, Uni second, and Maria third. And but it is so a responsibility of Gina, Kim. So work with her closely. What I don't want is someone, you see Juhi and Eugene, Arnie, they're following up. But most people who leave our lab, they don't follow up. It's so hard to get them publish anything because they don't come to our lab meetings. So I think very highly of Chui and Eugene and Arnie, because at least they're trying their best. They're here every week. Ine
Thank you
is
so
coming.
much, Dr. Che.
Yeah,
Thank you so much, Dr.
no
Che.
problem. As long as you guys keep trying, I'm rooting for you guys. You guys can make errors. It's okay to make errors. As long as you realize that it's a very long as you realize there are errors and you know how to fix them. That was my point. But anyway, Maria, you should take the full effort to get it published, submit it. But everything you do, consult with Gina. She's still the one who takes full responsibility unless you give up. Like I don't want to be involved. Okay. So
The
work-
one who have been having communication is with Dr. Juni. She's the one
Leah
that.
knows how to get in contact with Dr. Gina. Okay.
Okay.
And let's fix this and submit it in 1 week. Okay. This
Dr.
is sitting too long.
Yeah. Or would you like Dr. Horyun and Yunho to be in the author list?
Do you remember what they exactly did?
So yeah, so it was the four of us that actually wrote the first, like the actual draft, and then at that point, I think Dr. Chino was first author, Horyun was second, Yunho was third, and I was fourth.
Oh, you know what? If you guys shared like writing this together, then you guys should be the first four.
Okay.
And then Uni updated, and then Maria is submitting, and then comes my name. So
Okay.
I think that's the right order.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay, we can work on that and then get this submitted by next week.
Yeah. Just help Maria. Maybe it's her first time submitting. Maria.
It is.
So yeah, there will be a good educational, experience for you. What information do you need to submit? Yeah.
Sure.
And make sure every author, including Horyun and have chance to read it and give comment. Give them deadline. We want your input by this, within 5 days or something. I mean, you can't submit paper without other co-authors' permission. You have to give them chance to give comments.
Yes.
Nothing. It can't be last minute thing like Okay, so let's finally get this out. For a case report to take this long, it's just, yeah, it's just too much. And yeah, I'm glad we were able to discuss this, but this is a really eye-opening, very important paper. And they're their clinical trial based on this case, though. And most importantly, this patient is still driving by himself and doing really well. And seeing leptomeningeal disease, behaving like this is so rare. Okay.
Mhm.
Next. Anything else?
No.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Okay. I think we have 3 minutes. Wait. Okay, Eileen, any updates from you?
Not exactly, but the Joseph Butsu concert was a blessing. I just talked with Dr. Che about that too, but yeah, glad to see you guys there. And congrats on all of your guys' hard work.
Yeah, thanks to Liam and everyone who helped prepare it. It was a huge success in my view. I think we so for about that we'll talk more, but I will, well, as far as the academic meeting goes, I will stop the recording.